See if there's any ideas for my artifact deck. But welcome back to Channel 35 HND, boo, the hand. And we're continuing with Battle for Baldur's Gate Commander Legends. So far we got 35 cards that were worth looking at out of the set between white and blue, which seems kind of high. They're definitely all new and good, and some of them are high power level, some of them are kind of iffy. Like Mystery Key is pretty iffy. Like it's probably like forget about it. But then you have crazy high powered stuff like Horn of Valhalla. Like, okay, yes, I literally want to do both of those things on one card. Thank you. And we're going to continue. We are on black. And yeah, here we go. Oh no! Commander creatures you own have whenever an artifact or creature you control is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, each opponent loses one life. That is a really strong argument for oh no, the Arcbound Ravager version of the artifact. On demand. That's crazy for completely on demand for that effect. Oh no, why? I still haven't found a decent commander for that though. I really haven't. Like you gotta like bring things back from the graveyard every single turn, all the time, multiple times per turn. And I don't see it. I don't see it happening. At least not in Commander. I mean, you could do it. It's just so I just don't see it. There's no easy way. Okay. Exile a creature you control. Return that creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Activate only as a sorcery. What? Exile a creature you control. Stop. Return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Activate only as a sorcery. That's disgustingly overpowered. Like what? For 5? And it gives you the token to exile if you don't already have one? Wow. Okay. That's disgustingly overpowered. Wow. Yeah. Altar of Ball. The Ravager version of the artifact deck. That's for sure. Or even any deck that plays black that could produce an occasional token or kill a crappy creature. Like, holy crap. Put any number of target creature cards with total mana value X or less from graveyards. Okay. I don't really see this being a playable black spell. I'm having a hard time imagining what commander is going to be in play that makes the bonus relevant. I mean, it's definitely relevant to something. It's just I don't see the +1/+1 counters floating over easily. I feel like there's other cards that do the same thing Atrocious Experiment does, like Mill Draw. I don't know if they're black, but I'm pretty sure there are other cards that do that. Blood Money's great. Destroy all creatures. For each non-token creature destroyed this way, you create a tap treasure token. That's a strong ability for uncommon. Yeah, it costs 6 total, but that's a strong ability. Sacrifice Bonecaller Cleric. Return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. I mean, maybe there's something that triggers on enter the battlefield, but I don't know. I kind of like it. It's really powered up uncommon. It's not until end of turn. I mean, it only activate as a sorcery is kind of crap, but it's not unplayable. Each player secretly chooses a creature they control and a creature they don't control. Just then, choices are revealed. Destroy each creature chosen this way. I mean, it's kind of whatever. No thanks. Cast down is decent. Oh god, I don't know what it is. Why am I getting so tired again? It's not even late. It's probably because I had coffee earlier and I'm hitting the crash right now. Cloud Kill is interesting. Little expensive at 6, but interesting. All creatures get -X until end of turn, where X is the greatest mana value of a commander you own on the battlefield or in the command zone. So minimally your commander has to cost 6 for this to be decent. But that's a interesting spell. I suppose you could just have as high converted mana cost commander as possible. Don't know what it would be. I mean, you don't do that. That's just stupid for one spell. But that is an interesting and very good new spell. Cloud Cloudkill. Commander creatures you own have menace, and this creature gets plus X, and where X is the number of creature cards in your creature cards, so it's a little limiting. Whatever, it's fine. That could still be a pretty good pump if you're playing a mill deck. So I'm not seeing a lot of bad cards here in this set, surprisingly enough. Like, uncommon level's good. I mean, this is on demand. If it wasn't on demand, it'd be terrible, but it is on demand. +3 flying, death touch, ward, pay 3 life. Somebody's gonna pay the ward. Pay 3 life is no big deal. At the beginning of your upkeep, sacrifice a creature. I don't see a lot of downside to that, honestly. It costs 1 and makes them pay 3 life. I mean, they're gonna pay the 3 life unless they don't have it. But if they don't have a kill spell either, then they won't bother. The drawback is not that bad of a drawback. Daily Dispute's okay. You get the bonus of a treasure token, so if anything, you could argue that it's really high value. Because you get the 2 cards all the time automatically for this exact spell. But you get a bonus treasure token, so moves up a little bit. Elder Brain. It's not free, but it is any color. Elder Brain's definitely strong. Costs 7, which is a bit much, but it is on attack. Don't know if that would make it into my current deck for that type of effect, just because it costs 7. When you're that late in the game, they usually have 2 cards, maybe 1 card. I can't deny that it's good. I'm just thinking it out. Like, if you get it out early, it's like crazy. But if you actually get it out 7, then it's not that great. It's a little underwhelming. But if I was playing multiplayer, obviously Elder Brain would be crazy. Like, there wouldn't be a reason not to play it. So holy crap. Eldred's Pact. Target player draws X cards and loses X life, or X is the number of cards in their graveyard. That's absurd. Like, you could kill somebody with that spell or draw like 20 cards off of it. Yeah. Plenty of power to be had in this set, to the point where it's a little extreme. little extreme. I like that black now in every new black spell has lose life, destroy enchantment. That was desperately needed. It was such an unbelievable pain to kill enchantments in black previously. There were some really old spells you could do it with. Really old. I'm glad they're printing new things. It's really debatable if you play these type of effects, like mill 4 cards. Okay, I'm playing a self-mill deck and need to put creature cards in my graveyard. And I don't have an easy way to draw and discard them because I'm not playing blue and I'm not playing red. And I don't have a colorless effect on hand. So you would probably play this effect. Then you kind of debate. Is the 4/1 worth it? And the 4/1 isn't worth it, really. I mean, it has Menace and Death Touch, but it probably doesn't fit the theme of your deck, though, afterwards, because it's a frog horror. And I feel like you'd be playing this in a zombie mill deck. And then you're sitting there wondering, no, I can't return my zombies because, yeah. And why not play something else? Interesting. When Intellect Devourer enters the battlefield, each opponent exiles a card from their hand until Intellect Devourer leaves the battlefield. You may play land cards and cast spells from among cards exiled with Intellect Devourer. If you cast a spell this way, you may spend mana or mana of any color to cast it. This absolutely fits the theme of one of my decks. The problem is, I only have one opponent. And I don't have a way to bounce this, replay this easily. Like, I don't have a way to phase it. Well, not phase, but blink it in and out. And their one card is going to be trash. So, outside of multiplayer, trash. Multiplayer, good. So, paying 1 to sack the artifact is super crap, but it does have a lifelink and it gets a permanent counter, so it's a little debatable. But realistically no, because you have to pay 1. As long as Pact Weapon is enchanted to a creature, you don't lose the game for having 0 or less life. Whenever equipped a creature attacks, draw a card and reveal it. That creature gets +X until end of turn, and you lose X life. Oh my god. Where X is the card's mana value, equipped, discard a card. It is Dark Confidant on equipment, and in most of my decks this would be abysmal, but I could see why it's potentially playable if you either know what the top card is and need the damage, or just want to draw extra cards on attack. But I feel like it would be cut after trying it out. I feel like it would probably end up being cut after trying it out. No, this is a terrible ability. Ravenloft Adventurer, no. Being your end step, if you have the initiative, create a treasure token. Create 3 of those tokens instead if you've completed a dungeon. Mono black ramp, huh? Or just ramp? Huh. I can't knock the effect for being powerful. I just don't know enough about initiative. Don't know if it can just randomly continues along, or if you need to keep taking the initiative. Like the same way you have to keep venturing into the dungeon. I'm pretty sure it does. I read it already. I'm pretty sure it does. So don't think I have enough cards to keep giving me the initiative to complete the dungeon. Huh. Beginning of each player's end step, if no permanents left the battlefield this turn, that player loses X life, where X is Servok's power. That is difficult to do. It really is. Like, people are gonna kill their own stuff to avoid taking that damage. It could be a lot though. You could pump your guy for like 5. It could be 8. So I could see it working, but you gotta put a lot of effort in for it. So it's a filter. Scion Hallister is a filter. Really got to look up background to see if it's any commander now. I don't think it is. I'm just kind of wondering. I already had initiative up. So yeah, your commander has to choose a background ability. So at most we're getting 2 colors right now. I haven't seen a multicolor yet. We're not there yet, but 2 color background seems pretty good overall. Sacrifice another creature. Draw X cards where X is that creature's power. No restriction on timing. Thank you. Beginning of combat on your turn, mill a card. When you do, if there are 4 or more creature cards in your graveyard, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control against death, touch, until end turn. That seems really weak. like no. No. What? Sacrifice another creature or artifact. For each opponent, you mill a card, then return that card to your graveyard. Then return that card from your graveyard to your hand unless that player pays 3 life. I don't think I would play that. It sort of says draw a card for tap, but then I have to hope they don't pay the 3 life. That seems, and I have to sack something. That's bad. That's not worth it. I mean, I guess in a 4-player pod, it's worth it. Like, not everybody's gonna pay the 3 life, and not everybody's gonna care. So multiplayer, worth it. Single player 1-on-1 that I play, trash. So yeah, it's worth it for multiplayer because you're minimally getting 1 card guaranteed, more likely 2. That's why you're paying the sacrifice effect. Not everybody's gonna want to pay the 3 life. I have a really hard time seeing people paying the 3 life like over and over again. I just don't see them doing it. So I like Summon Undead. You may mail 3 cards and return a creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Definitely like that. So even if you got nothing, you hope you get something. Very playable common, surprisingly. Huh. Thinking your upkeep, if there are 4 or more creature cards in your graveyard, return a creature card at random from your graveyard to your hand. Not that great, since I'm having a really hard time imagining 4 creatures as being there all the time. But in the same instance, I could definitely see it being very useful. Like, you have to play mill. If you don't play mill, why are you playing this as like a general effect would be terrible. There's definitely other things that create treasure tokens on attack that cost a little bit more, so I really don't feel like paying 1 life for a treasure token on attack when this thing's gonna die. That seems like a massive waste of time in a regular game. We made it to red. When Amber Gristle attacks, you may discard your hand. If you do, draw a card for each player being attacked. Excuse me. I guess. Rather not. I mean, if you have like no hand. The scenario is you have no hand. 0. You throw down, draw some cards. That's what this does. And because it can be your commander, that's the scenario where this is useful. If this was included in your deck as a general thing, it probably sucks. But since you could literally time this whenever you want and it has haste, it's worth mentioning. Only in multiplayer. Like, there's no reason to use this to draw 1 card when there is better stuff. But if you're in a 3-person pod, you attack the other 2 people, or a 4-person pod, even better, you attack for 3 cards. And in red, that's generally amazing. So there's the plus and the minus. Terrible single player, good multiplayer. And hope you're playing something relevant to dwarves and clerics. Because otherwise, ugh. Yes! Ancient Copper Dragon for the ultimate artifact win. I was waiting for this to come up. I knew there was going to be one that did treasure tokens. Whenever Ancient Copper Dragon deals combat damage to a player, roll a d20. You create a number of treasure tokens equal to the result. The power level of all these dragons in this set is ridiculous. That is ridiculous. Getting minimally, like, even if you got 5 treasure tokens, this is ridiculous. Like, the power swing is crippling. Absolutely crippling. Getting 20 treasure tokens, getting 18 treasure tokens, 15, 10. Anything 10 and above is crippling. Like, you are just crushing your opponent. To be really realistic, like, anything above 6 or even 5 gives you like a crippling advantage. 5 and above gives you a crippling advantage. And that is ridiculous odds to like bank on for a dice roll. Like, you're going to do it all the time because it's just that good. And so are the other Elder Dragons. Like, it's just that good. Balor's good in a one-on-one game. Like, there's a lot of scenarios where that's good. It triggers on attack or dies. Target opponent draws 3 cards and discards 3 cards at random. Let's say they have no hand and you're playing a discard deck. Super relevant. I've tried to make that deck before. It generally needs that red type of effect to make it work. Target opponent, let's say that's not relevant. Target opponent sacrifices a non-token artifact. You kill their soul ring on attack. Thank you very much. Balor deals damage to target opponent equal to the number of cards in their hand. That could be a lot. That could be like 4. And that made him even better. So this is very mythic-y and very good. Thank you, Balor. Oh my god, this is a good uncommon, or common. I know it costs 8, but in multiplayer, paying 8 to deal 12 damage, I feel like that's good in a 4-person pod. Not great, but it's worth a shot. It's worth a shot. It's minimally fun. Dragons gain haste for Dragon Orb. Alright. Ooh, they made a red trigger exile on attack instead of deal damage. But for a bonus, if you complete the dungeon, then you cast without paying its mana cost. Or play. Play makes it better because you can do lands, but not bad. Not bad. Not great, but not bad. I gotta read frickin' initiative again. How is my initiative moving forward? Does it just like rumble along? When initiative triggers, it moves further into the dungeon. Okay, that's what I thought. So... So I have to keep getting the initiative for Undercity Dungeon, which takes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nope, there's no shortcut, so it's 5. At the beginning of your upkeep, put 2 descent counters on descent into Avernus. Then each player creates X treasure tokens, and descent into Avernus deals X damage to each player, where X is the number of descent counters into Avernus. Circle of Protection red? Get a bunch of treasure tokens and kill your opponent? I normally wouldn't think that way. Maybe I missed something earlier because I didn't think that way earlier, but that seems pretty spicy. Yeah. I know it doesn't trigger till the beginning of your upkeep, but that's pretty spicy. Like turn 4, you get the 2 extra mana. So you have 6. Stand alone, it's pretty good. It could get a lot better. Pretty spicy overall. It's too bad it's not a background. If it was a background, I'd be like going nuts, but I like this. I like it a lot. And I could take a bunch of damage. Who cares about 4 damage or 6 damage or even 8 damage? Like, I don't care about 8 damage. Might care about 10 damage when I get to there, but overall, pretty spicy. And I definitely do want to make a direct damage commander deck. That would definitely fit the bill. Oh wow, and literally right next to it, commander creatures you own have At the beginning of your end step, if a source you control dealt 5 or more damage this turn, create a 4/4 red dragon creature token with flying. I did not think about guaranteed damage effects to bounce off of that, but that is really good. 5 damage is a lot. Like, let's be real, 5 damage is a lot. But I definitely like it. As long as survivors is attacking, it's plus X until turn where X is the number of lands defending player can. Oh wow, really? Jeez. So multiplayer, this is stupid overpowered. Trample Myriad. That's just super dumb. Single player. Wouldn't play this single player at all. But yeah, stupid overpowered for multiplayer. So add it to the list, I guess. When enters the battlefield, gain control of target creature you don't control, then turn untap it against haste. Well, frickin' A, man. There's so many multiplayer matters effects. I mean, that's really strong in multiplayer. Just gaining Myriad to some crazy other creature you don't own, and then activating its ability for probably 3 times. There are so many bannable effects. Like, Myriad is so overpowered. It's kind of ridiculous. Fireball. Oh, dragons entering the battlefield just create treasure tokens. I feel like there are easier ways to create treasure tokens. I'm pretty sure there's already a blue-red commander that's also a dragon that creates treasure tokens. The stuff in this set is so overpowered for the Myriad effect. Like, even uncommon stuff like this. It's a 5/5. You have 3 opponents. Alright, you're getting a cost reduction of 3. So this costs 3 and it's a 5/5 and it has frickin' Myriad. And you're sitting there like, oh yeah, I'm playing my 5/5 now for 3 mana. And guess what, guys? I'm going to attack for 15 next turn. Myriad is disgustingly overpowered. Like, you had to work really hard for that level of token duplication previously. Now they're just throwing it on the cards. Like, here you go. It's on an uncommon. It's going to be great. And it's like, you're making all these multiplayer games way less fun by making them so overpowered. It's just one card. Just one card out of a bajillion in this set. Whenever this creature attacks the player, if no opponent has more life than you, then that player, you create 2 treasure tokens. I mean, I guess. You could probably background your way into creating a crap ton of treasure tokens. I don't know. Doesn't work in non-multiplayer, so I mean, obviously it's amazing in multiplayer, but I don't know. I mean, blinking, hoarding, org would be fun. Most of the spells that do this effect just get you 1, so you're gambling, you get more than 1, but whenever 1 or more artifacts enter the battlefield under your control, Ingenious Artillerist deals that much damage to each opponent. Probably not worth it. It's kind of tough. I feel like this effect already exists, and it's probably not worth it. Oh, interesting. So red Exile Draw. If you're playing mono red, sure, exile top 3 cards of your library until turn. You may play those cards. Create 3 treasure tokens, which good bonus. Until the end of your next turn, which makes it even better. But wouldn't play outside of 2 colors. I don't know if I would really play outside of just red, honestly. So good enough for red. Maybe red-white. I don't think it would go into green, blue. It wouldn't go into green, wouldn't go into blue. Probably wouldn't go into black, so you're probably just staring down red or red-white for this effect. But it is until your next turn, and you aren't playing it till like turn 5. So draw 3. Play, so you get lands off of it. And you get treasure tokens. I feel like I'm underestimating this spell just a little bit. I feel like the bonus treasure tokens makes this playable. Turn 5. Minimally you have 8 mana, preferably 9. Let's say you draw land. So 9 total. So you could probably play anything. Yeah, I feel like I'm greatly underestimating this card. I feel like it's a lot better than I think right now. So, I feel like the only color combination you wouldn't play this in would be blue. You I'd probably do this in black over life loss. Green potentially if I don't have any good draw effects at the time. For sure white. White has terrible draw effects. So I feel like you could actually play this card in every color combination except blue. Blue is the only one where you can draw up more cards easier. I mean, the value level you're aiming for is 4 mana. 4 mana draws you 3 cards. Harmonize, other blue effects. Unless you actually want to draw and discard, then you could play cheaper blue effects that cost 3. Yeah, it's actually really, really good. It's just I'm used to all the crappy old red effects that only did until end of turn. And because it's till the end of your next turn, it's actually like friggin' amazing. Especially if you're out of cards and need to draw. I mean, yeah, you don't get it right away, but friggin' amazing, I'm gonna say. Just because, like, it's a big step up for red. I mean, you could just play Promise of Power and draw yourself 5 cards, whatever, but definitely worth playing. 3 is a lot of cards. 3 treasure tokens is a lot of advantage. Oh my god. I mean, I don't recall if this effect is already on a commander, but that's pretty ridiculous. So it's just whenever you attack, period, not when this creature attacks. So that's pretty ridiculous just to throw down on turn 5. Like additional combat phase. Oh god, the power level in this set is just absurd. Like, I'm having a hard time finding bad cards. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, target creature gets +X on turn. Where X is that spell's mana value. So normally you can think about that as 1. So if you're playing a spell deck, it's definitely going to be a lot more than 1. I definitely like it. Even if it's not the commander, it's playable in every version of play instants and sorceries matter. It says non-creature, which is pretty great. I mean, it's probably going to be like 2 or 3, but you're getting the additional bonus. So multiplayer matters Phoenix. That's interesting. Oh, pack attack. That's funny. Three drop bounce. Create treasure token. Sacrifice Reckless Barbarian, add 2 red. I like the built-in sacrifice ability versus having to kill it. Don't know if I'd really play this though. Probably not. I mean, you could probably trigger some stupid loop with this, like, oh, I sack a creature, comes back, sack a creature, comes back, and I get the 2 mana every time. There's probably some really dumb loop with this, and we're not going to dig into what that loop possibly is. We're not doing that, so. Huh. When you cast your next instant or sorcery spell this turn, copy that spell X times. You may choose new targets for the copies. Huh. I mean, you need a lot of mana to pull that off, but that's really good. How much mana do I need? Do I need like 10? Let's say I have 10. So 7 is cut off. You're cut down to 7 automatically. And then your lightning bolt. Let's say you have a 1 drop. So lightning bolt. So you're on 6. So you have 6 lightning bolts. 6 additional lightning bolts. So 7 lightning bolts. So 21 damage for 10. Yeah, 21 damage for 10 is way above the curve. So very playable. And of course you can do more interesting things than just lightning bolt somebody. Let's see. I don't know. I'm pretty sure you could play mill and copy your mill spells. I don't know if you'd want to do graveyard return. That doesn't make sense. I mean, maybe if that's what you got going on. I mean, yeah, I'm gonna return that one and that one and that one and that one. It's like, okay. Power level is pretty high though. Pretty high. Triple red is hard, but still pretty high. Temperamental until 10 turn card draw that pumps your commander is not good. Like, your mana cost would have to be crazy low to make this relevant, to like never not be able to play the spell. It gives a slight pump. I mean, you're playing this, I don't know, let's say you have a crazy cheap commander that costs 2. You play this turn 3, activates, so everything in your deck, if you want this to activate well without destroying your cards, has to cost 4 or less, which reasonable. Or you could play it a little bit later, like turn 5. Turn 5 and start flipping cards. I feel like it's worth it turn 5. As long as you're not, again, you can't play really, really high converted mana cost things. You have to kind of aim for what the top of your mana cost is. Unless you don't care about exiling the cards, but I kind of always care about exiling the cards. Oh my god. Okay. Whenever equipped creature attacks, double its power until end of turn. On an equipment. And if you're really ballsy and you have enough mana for 7, you can give it double strike and double its power. That's really good. Like, it's everything you want in one card. To the point where it's excessively overpowered. And that is another possible addition to the artifact deck, because I'm literally looking for this exact effect of either constant double strike, occasional double strike at instant speed, or double its power until end of turn. Yeah. Roll a d20. Each opponent exiles cards from the top of their library until they exile an instant or sorcery card. Then shuffles the rest into their library. Okay, so it only hits the instant or sorcery. Okay. A little bit overreaction on my part. You may cast up to X instant or sorcery cards from among the exile cards without paying their mana cost. X is 1, X is 2, X is 3. I mean, they're just throwing out bombs for multiplayer games here. Like, I don't know how many cards I would need to ban out of this set, but Wand of Wonder is disgustingly overpowered. And they need to slow their roll with all of these ultra powered Commander Matters cards. I mean, yeah, it costs 9, whatever. Nobody's gonna wait till they have 9 mana. You're throwing it down turn 4, and then turn 5, you are just crushing it afterwards. Like, that's ridiculous. Ridiculous. Like, I would even consider playing this in one-on-one just because of how stupidly powered up this is. Like, you just keep flipping until you get the card. That's ridiculous. I mean, if you're co-op playing with a teammate, Wild Magic Surge is stupid OP, like stupid overpowered. Otherwise, if you're not co-oping, I don't know. You're destroying artifacts and hoping they don't have something better. Enchantments and hoping they don't have something better, which they probably do. Or you're just using it to destroy a land. at instant speed. Which I guess if that's your primary purpose with this card, that's totally fine. I like 2 mana land destruction. I'm totally on board with that. Yeah, they get it back, but you probably killed some color relevant or overpowered land. So I feel like just because this is an instant, it's playable. Kill somebody's overpowered land. Sure, flip until you get another one. And if you want to gamble, kill their Soul Ring and hope they don't have something better. That's really strong. Whenever a dragon you control is dealt damage, it deals that much damage to any target that isn't a dragon. Really strong. Dice roll commander, huh? Even more than the Clark Thumb guy. Or, well, I guess you could just play the Clark Thumb guy. I'm not inclined to, but... I guess you're gambling, you get the copy effect. Yeah. So most kill spells cost 2? Not really worth it. I mean, yeah, there are spells that cost like 5 that maybe you get above 15, but is that literally just a monkey? Or is that an old man? I can't really tell. It kind of looks like a monkey. For you've been caught stealing. Or maybe it's an old man. I can't tell. I'd need a bigger picture. Got a big, wide, round mouth. I don't know what's going on. Like it's bulging out at the sides. We made it to green. Alright, we're going to cheat real quick and see if there's any multicolor at the bottom because I'm really curious. Oh, there is. That's ridiculous. Okay, back up to green. So we might be able to get 3-color background commanders. That would be amazing. Ooh. This set gets dirtier and dirtier. Like, it's so dirty. So dirty. Oh my god. Oh, background. Commander creatures, you have the first dragon spell you cost 2 less to cast. Oh my god. Come on, man. Having that ability on the stick is grotesquely unfair. What in the world? Like, what are they thinking? What are they freaking thinking? You used to have to hope you get this type of effect out of a 100-card deck. Like, now you're guaranteeing it? Like, do you understand how unfair that power level is? Like, what the crap? It's a Bane. Alkali of Bahamut. Oh god. I don't know. They're going too far. They're really going too far with the power level. Like, that just outmodes and crushes the inclusion of so many cards in your deck. Like, there's no reason to play a whole bunch of cards. I don't know. Dragon Barbarian. It's probably a 6/6 when it enters the battlefield. I don't know. Maybe 7/7. Doesn't have trample or anything. Really good for a cheap graveyard return based on power or toughness, though. Which is a really niche effect. And honestly, just from the power level in this set, I don't know if anybody playing Commander needs to play niche effects anymore. Like, this is ridiculous. Let's see how ridiculous Ancient Bronze Dragon is. Like, let's find out. Whenever Ancient Bronze Dragon deals combat damage to a player, roll a d20. When you do, put X +1/+1 counters on each of up to 2 target creatures. I thought it was just going to be one. Okay. Yes, I would like to give 2 creatures +10/+10 counters. Or more most of the time. Low roll at 5. Still amazing. Disgustingly overpowered. Oh my god. I guess I might need to browse through this whole set a second time. Oh my god. So that's a good green effect. Up to 2 target creatures you control, each deal damage equal to the power to another target creature. That's a good effect. I like it. It's got an amazing picture too. Now I'd rather just kill something, but oh, it already exists. That's a bummer. Again, I'd rather just kill something. Maybe I don't have a creature. Happens a lot. But this is an awesome picture. Oh, huh. So you kind of collectively fight around the circle. Not bad. Interesting. Annoying. I could see it played. I could see this played. So yeah, if you're looking for some new commander cards that are excessively overpowered, this set is for you. I don't think I've seen like every 3 or 4 cards there's something like gotta play that. Whenever another, I'm pretty sure this is a reprint, but whenever another non-token creature enters the battlefield, you may pay 2. If you do, that creature's controller creates a token that's a copy of that creature. So, yeah. Very sure this is a reprint, obviously, but power level's still high. Yep, there it is. Reprint. I don't feel like I need the boar token. It's interesting, but I don't see it lasting very long. That is not playable. No. No. Two tap squirrels. That's okay. If it was one tap squirrel, I'd say no. Two tap squirrels is really heavy token production. Yeah, crazy heavy token production. Guaranteed on an enchantment that's always available. Disgustingly overpowered. Like, if you've ever had a fantasy in a commander deck about wanting to do something like this with sacrificing creatures, here you go. Cloakwood Swarmkeeper could get pretty big, but I don't know. It's a generic 1/1, and I don't know if I really care about it getting bigger. I don't think I do. Don't care about this mill effect. Definitely don't care about gaining the 3 life. Yeah, the counters for mill is not worth it to get a generic creature that gains me 3 life. Die, search your library for a dragon card. I mean, you could make that happen, but I don't know. In red, you literally just search for a dragon card. It's just dies. I mean, you're probably playing a sacrifice deck. I don't know. It feels like it's not worth it. Unless you're purposely attacking and just using this as a bonus. I feel like you're probably just using it as a bonus now that I'm thinking about it a little bit more. I don't know if it's worth the bonus, but early game it's worth it. Late game feels bad. Okay. Would I play this effect anyway? 4 mana, 2+1/+1 counters, untap, and hexproof. I would. Hexproof is worth it. I don't care about the counters. Untap is worth it. But then you get this. Can't be blocked by creatures with power 3 or less. Pretty much totally irrelevant ability. So is your Snake Dragon worth the 4 mana for the first ability? Really questionable. Yes, you're gaining value by playing more spells, but I really feel like you could untap, gain hexproof, and get 2 counters for 2 mana somewhere. Or minimally gain hexproof and indestructible for 2 mana. I wouldn't want to hold the 4 mana up. I just wouldn't. Put those cards in your hand. Put one of those cards onto the battlefield tapped. Put those cards on the battlefield tapped. So, unless I'm blinking this, this is terrible. Because there's no guarantee I'm putting anything into play. So, I don't know, enter the battlefield, Commander? There's so many weird effects. I mean, you could already put directly into play and blink for a land on a creature already. I really question why I would bother. You know what? Cut it. Cut it. I've made a mistake. Cut. Boom. Gone. Not playable. Mill 3 cards and return up to 1 creature card and up to 1 target land card from your graveyard to your hand. Thinking the land will help you, the creature will help you. I actually feel like this is a good green draw spell. I like this a lot. You're drawing 2 cards for 3 mana, which isn't really above the curve, but it's close to it. Like, think of this as just generic blue spell that draws you 3, discard 1. That's basically what this is. If anything, and you get to, it's limiting because you're only getting creature or land. But I could see this played because it does 2 things at once. You don't have anything in your graveyard, that's fine. You get stuff. If you do have things in your graveyard that you want back, you get your creature or land back. So don't look at this as draw all the time. Look at it as a modal card. I mean, yeah, 1 more mana, you can just blatantly draw 4 cards in green. I mean, 3 cards in green. But it's 3, and it works a little different, and it's probably playable. As long as you think of it as mostly graveyard return with a bonus. What do we got? Earthquake Dragon costs 15. 15! This spell costs X less to cast, where X is the total mana value of dragons you control. Flying, trample, sacrifice a land, return Earthquake Dragon from your graveyard to your hand. Gross. Alright, well, I feel like I'm going to have a 6-drop dragon out. So, still not worth it then. But if I have 2 dragons out already and I can play this for almost free, then absolutely worth it. What would it be worth it at? 7-drop dragon? 7-drop dragon would be worth it? Then this would cost 8. I don't know if that's worth it at 8. It has like no abilities besides trample. 8. I mean, if you're playing all dragons, obviously you're playing this card, so ba-boom. And it's mana value, which is weird. Oh, that's so lame. Counter target activated or triggered ability from a non-creature source. Come on now. It was close to being playable. Then it failed. Unless you're playing all dragons, I don't know. I don't want to do this and have a generic 4/4. I understand that this is a spell by itself, and a lot of people would play this. But unless I'm already playing that effect in my deck, there's absolutely no reason I would play this. Like, I don't play that effect in any deck because it's mostly irrelevant. Oh, okay. That could be your commander too, but whenever Aranus, Gloomstalker attacks, return target land card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Yes. Absolutely. Triggers on attack. It'd be better potentially enter the battlefield effect, but it has Death Touch, and if they block it, they're probably screwing themselves, so I really like that. And it costs 3. It costs, yeah. And this is the direction like bonus draw is going in for green and other type mill type effects for black and whatnot. So it's pretty much always going to be relevant. Destroy target creature with flying. Then you get a 2/5 generic thing. Don't know if I would play that, but it's really, really tempting for mono green. The creature blows though. But the effect is great, and most of the time you're playing that effect anyway. But realistically, you're playing that effect on a card that also destroys artifacts and enchantments and creatures with flying. So the question is, are you getting enough value out of it? And most of the time the answer to that question is no. But it does give a good value argument. It really does. Like, you want this spell. You do. Like, it's going to kill something in your mono green-ish build. Even in your red green build, you want direct creature kill like this. You wouldn't care about it in white, you wouldn't care about it in black, you wouldn't care about it in blue. So in your red green deck, this is relevant. Outside of that, you probably don't care. Keep in mind, they might not have a oh geez, excuse me. And apparently I'm out of water. So they might not have the creature with flying period, and this might be ultra trash. So keep that in mind when you're deciding on its value proposition. Let's see. It searches for gates. Yeah. This is going to be crazily played. There's tons of gate decks out there that just like fainted a little bit about how much better their gate decks got because of this card. Ooh, value proposition. Other creatures you control have trample and ward 2. There definitely is a... I mean, 8 is so expensive, but... mono green likes this. Red green likes this. A lot of decks would like this. I know there's the enchantment guy that gives things hexproof, but... yeah, I'm pretty sure that enchantment guy doesn't grant himself protection. I'll have to check. Let's check. So we're limiting to green. Let's do exclude is definitely a creature. Creatures hexproof. Search. 10. Here he is. Creatures you control have hexproof. Creatures your opponents lose hexproof and can't have or gain hexproof. So he is a creature, so he protects himself. Is it better? Other creatures you control have trample and ward 2. It grants them trample. Okay, well... depends what you need it for. I can tell you I haven't played Archetype of Endurance in a while. Hmm. 6/5, 8/8. They're gonna pay the 2. There's no way they're not gonna have 2 mana. Let's be real. So it's a tax. I feel like it'd be worth trying out. If it was just ward 2, it wouldn't be good enough. But since it gives trample, it might be good enough. Might. Doesn't scream I'm overpowered. It really doesn't. But it's worth like a try. I feel like you're probably gonna have to play something else to make it relevant. And making tokens bears is definitely upping their power level. I don't know how good that is. Turn your squirrel tokens into bears. So +3/+3 for 1 mana. That's pretty high power for 1 mana. Now I'm thinking about it. So you just giant growth everything. That's a token. Yeah, that's pretty powered up. Yeah. I mean, you can play overrun effects for 5. But I guess it depends on how many creatures you have. So if you don't have... a little iffy. Like, if you got 5 mana, why not just play the overrun effect and not care about your tokens? But if you don't have 5 mana and you want your tokens to be bigger, I can definitely see it. So, okay, I can see it played. I can definitely see it played. Commander creatures you have, whenever this creature attacks a player, if no opponent has more life than that player, another target creature. So this literally doesn't work in one-on-one. Whenever this creature attacks a player, if no opponent has more life than that player, because it only is opponents. It's such a bummer. Just it's too strong in multiplayer, but such a bummer. Jade Orb of Dragonkind. Add green. Whenever you spend this mana to cast a dragon creature spell, it enters the battlefield with additional plus one counter on it, and get hexproof until end of turn. Okay. I thought it was just going to be a counter, then it went over the top. Tokens you control. Oh, that's disgusting. Friend of the Forest. Tokens you control have tap, add green. Disgustingly overpowered. Especially when there's something up above that creates squirrel tokens. Every turn. 2 of them. Oh, wow. Wow, wow, wow. Should I just throw out all my old commander decks and all my old commander cards because you print things that are just blatantly better in extreme ways? Yeah, I have to work a little bit, but I get a background that generates tokens guaranteed all the time. Oh my god. Can we just ban all the cards in this set that say background? All the commanders with the ability as well? It's so overpowered, like... Search your library for up to X basic land cards where X is the number of creatures attacking you. It's gonna be like 3? Maybe 2? 2 to 3, but then it fogs. I guess. I mean, it makes fog better. You wouldn't use this as a primary land search spell. You'd literally use it as the fog with a bonus. Fog normally costs 2 though, and leaving 5 mana open is kind of a tell. So try it, cut it, see how it goes. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. I already know what mono green commander this goes with. Goes with Galta. Yeah. So super gross right there. How do I spell Galta? So my commander costs 12, guys, and it's already rapidly reducing the mana cost of itself all the time. What do you know? Oh, did you print another spell that's disgustingly overpowered? Oh, let's see. Reveal the top 12 cards of your library, where X is the greatest mana value of a commander you own on the battlefield or in the command zone. Okay. You may put any number of permanent cards from among them onto the battlefield. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. This is gross. Like, what the crap? Like, Genesis Wave is outmoded. It's hard for me to imagine Genesis Wave no longer being good. Because this costs 8. And I can hit 12 drops. Really easily. Yes, it doesn't do every type of commander-ish scenario. Maybe your commander only costs 7 and you just happen to be playing this card. And then Genesis Wave is better. But what the crap? So powered up. Like, what the crap? I just need to make sure I put this in because it is just jauntingly overpowered. Like, it doesn't even make sense how overpowered this is. Yes, it's for very specific decks that play high mana value commanders. Why not just play a high mana value commander? Like, but this is where it's over the top. This is way, 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 way over the top. Like, this blows away my entire mono green deck with the combination of this card and this card. Like, disgusting. Like, why do you need to play Natural Order? Just get up to 8 mana really fast and win the game. That's... Or if you're not doing mono green and you're doing like 3 colors, play a high value commander. It could cost 7 or 8 or just be completely irrelevant and cost like 12 like Galta does. I'm sure there are tons and tons of things that cost 8, all right? That can be your 3 color commander. Definitely things that cost more than that. Like, this is ridiculous. It's just... It's permanents. Like, counts artifacts. It's planeswalkers. It's so overpowered, it's absurd. It's like, if your opponent does not counter this spell, you are back-breakingly winning the game, even if they have blown the board. Ugh. Good God. Like, it's way too strong. And I am really supportive of strong green cards. Because green is... definitely works the hardest to win a game. Mono red probably works the hardest. But green's a close second. You know what? Now that I'm saying that, probably not. So black would be number 1. Blue would be number 2. White would probably be number 3 because of the removal. Yeah, green would be number 4. Red would be number 5. Yeah, it still goes in the order I thought. Okay. Gross, Master Chef. This creature enters the battlefield with an additional +1/+1 counter on it. Other creatures you control enter the battlefield with an additional +1/+1 counter on them. Oof. Overpowered. Yes, your commander has to be in play. I totally get that. Still overpowered. Actually, does it? The wording's a little wonky. Commander creatures you own have this creature enters the battlefield with a +1/+1 counter on it. And, oh, it's an and. Yep, okay, so, and other creatures, okay, so commander has to be in play. Mill 5 cards and return a creature card milled this way to your hand. Does it? That sounds like it has to be specifically from the 5 cards. Second ability. You may put a creature card from your hand onto the battlefield. Boom. Okay. So, totally worth it. I mean, you're gonna want to play the first one to draw the card. You don't have to. I mean, you could say, oh, I could just play Elvish Piper. I mean, you could. You could play the other 4 drops that are colorless that cost 4 to put a creature into play. But it's blatantly better on this side versus other 4 drops that put creatures into play. And it gives you a bonus. And I'm pretty sure you're going to want to play that bonus. So, yeah. Just another example of, I was playing this effect. I was also playing this effect. Why don't I just play 1 card? So, they are really jamming the value proposition out of cards in this set to the extreme. Let's see. Oh, really? When Myconid Spore enters the battlefield, destroy up to 1 target artifact or... Oh, I thought I was going to say and. Or enchantment, so... Nature's Lore, back for more. So... +2, 2 counters, 4 counters, Vigilance and Trample, 2 counters, overrun costs 5. The Vigilance would makes it very good. Might be worth playing. Maybe not. Maybe. Let's go with maybe not. Whenever Owlbear, let's see. Whenever Owlbear Cub attacks, so it's a bird bear, that's kind of weird. A player who controls 8 or more lands, look at the top 8 cards of your library. You may put a creature card from among them onto the battlefield, tapped and attacking that player. What the crap? Really? I mean, this is a very late game card, but this is 3 mana for this effect. This encourages you to play like dual land search effects that you normally wouldn't play. And I kind of wonder if there's anything else that does that. I don't know if there is. Pretty sure this is a... No? Owlbear Shepherd. That's an excessive amount. I feel like I wouldn't play this. I'm pretty sure there's some stuff that already does this at 4. At the beginning of your end step, if creatures you control have total power 4 or greater, draw a card. I can't justify Owl, Bear, Shepherd. Commander creatures you own have base power and toughness 10/10 and are giants in addition to their other types. Alrighty then. Well, that's a good background if you have a small commander and just want to bump it up anytime you want for 6 mana. Like, come on, like, what the crap? Add green. When you spend this mana to cast a dragon spell, you may gain 2 life. Okay, I'd probably play that in a dragon deck. When Sharpshooter Elf enters the battlefield, it deals damage equal to its power to target creature with flying and upon controls. Number of creatures you control. Not worth it. Always wanted to destroy. You make 8/8s for 8. Also not worth it. Let's see. Oh, dragons you control in your graveyard. Maybe worth it in an extreme dragon deck. No, I'm not playing Skullwinder. It's trash. I actually think this is an old reprint too. Skullwinder reprint. Skullwinder trashy reprint. Do not play. Split the spoils. Exile up to 5 target permanent cards from your graveyard and separate into 2 piles. Each opponent chooses one of those piles. Put that pile into your hand and the other into your graveyard. Opponent, I mean, I guess you're only getting, I don't know, short of all the cards really sucking, like being ultra terrible, like sucking hard, like you're getting 2, unless there's something they really don't want you to have, so probably not. Search your library for up to X basic land cards, where X is the greatest power among creatures you control. Put those cards on the battlefield tapped. For 5. Playable? Very win more, but playable. Yeah, it's a reprint. Like, you can't use this to ramp, but you can use it to thin out your deck and play really high cost spells. Unless your goal is not to play high cost spells and play cheap spells to get Galta out. Oh man. But you're probably playing this anyway because you're probably playing 5 drops or 4 drops that have 5 power and searching paying 5 mana to search for 5 lands is extremely above the curve. Yeah. Okay, well, that encourages you to play dungeons. When Undermountain Adventurer enters the battlefield, you take the initiative. So then add 2. If you've completed a dungeon, add 6 green instead. Basing your deck around dungeons, not great so far. Maybe there's something, but if you have him and another way to take initiative repeatedly, I could definitely see that. Wilson Refined Grizzly. This spell can't be countered. Vigilance, Reach, Trample, Ward 2. That's just funny. They gave it a bunch of abilities to make a bear good. It's still not great, but it has enough abilities that it could be your bear commander. It really could. And it has background, which probably makes it a lot better, considering you could make it a 10/10 with the background card we just saw a little bit ago. Yeah, Ward 2 is not hexproof, but it is a 2-drop. So it's pretty good. Spent all combat damage that be dealt to you and creatures you control. So Fog. Target creature gets +5/+5, +5/5, get indestructible in turn. All creatures your opponent's control block at this turn if able. I could see that being really good. There was definitely something earlier that I wanted to take damage, so I could definitely see this being good. I mean, it gives indestructible too, or alternatively it's a fog. There's not much downside. And if you have a creature with Death Touch, it's even better. Meet you in a tavern. Look at the top 5 cards of your library. You may reveal any number of creature cards from among them. Put them into your hand. Put the rest of them by your library in order. So it's gonna be like 2 to 3 most of the time. Creature control get +2/+2 in turn. So second ability is crap. It depends if you want to draw 2 to 3 creature spells. Maybe you do. Or you could just pay 4 and draw 3 cards from Harmonize. Okay, so it's getting a little late for me, so I'm gonna pause here at the multicolored section because this is where it gets super duper interesting. Like, if any of these things have background, well, let's just breeze through quick. Did any of these, let's look for background. Background. I don't see it. Oh no. No. Give me multicolored background. Come on. And fail. So you get 2-color background. Alright. I could deal with that. Oh, there's lands too. Huh. Oh, okay. Let's see. It's 11, but I am a little bit tired. I'm going to take a quick break. Maybe go get some ice cream. Come back around. Try and get through multicolored. I might stop. Don't know. But this is definitely fun. Like, I have 99 cards that are playable. That's ridiculous. Ridiculous. You never get this many playable cards. Ridiculous. I'm not even through the whole set yet. Like, let's just peek in. Like, I mean, let's peek in. Super overpowered. Mediocre. Super overpowered. Really powered up. Mediocre. Kind of mediocre. Very powered up. Very powered up. So, okay, there's a lot of playable but not great. All of the Elder Dragons are crazy powered up. Every single one. Playable. There's a lot of things that are playable. I wouldn't say they're powered up. That's powered up. So you have a huge amount of playable spells. Huge amount. Pretty much every background is playable. Did I miss the background for the squirrels? Nope, there it is. Okay. Commander creatures you own have at the beginning of your end step, if a creature card was put into your graveyard from anywhere this turn, create 2 tapped 1/1 green squirrel creature tokens. So it replaces itself and you get a bonus for every single sacrifice. It's only once each turn, so it's not like home run. But this is a guaranteed spell available to you all of the time. That is disgustingly overpowered. Oh man. This is probably like one of the most surprisingly playable and on cards that's a common in the whole set. Guardian Naga is, you know what? Let's just check to see if this is a reprint. So not a reprint. So yeah. This is a very surprisingly playable spell. Like, the creature is a common and it's good. And you're playing an effect that you would already play. Exile target artifact or enchantment. So that easily swaps out a card in your deck because it's an instant. This is very, very playable. Like the value proposition on this common 100% works. So Storm King's Thunder, excessive. Two-handed axe, really good. Like really good. I mean, Wild Magic Surge, just blow up their lands that are annoying you. So I mean, obviously not everything's a home run, like Eldritch Pact. Not everything's a home run. But minimally there's so many powered up spells. So many. I mean, if I had to cut this down, there'd be way less here for powered up. There wouldn't be 99. 99 is good. Powered up is, I don't know, maybe 20 so far. But still, 20 out of 99 is a lot. Alright. Got about an hour left for midnight. Pause. I will be back. Let's see if the ice cream motivates me to keep going or I continue this tomorrow. I am really interested in this set. Like, really, really interested. Because, again, you keep finding cards that surprise you and you're like, holy crap. Majestic Genesis. Like, holy crap. Or, I mean, once you find the ancient dragons, you know all the ancient dragons are powered up, so you're not really surprised by the next overpowered ancient dragon. Then again, I don't know, I was surprised by the green one and how it affected two creatures. Red dragon's ridiculous, costs 6. So red, jeez. So out of the bunch, red dragon is the cheapest, and it costs 6, and like baller amazing. So all the other dragons, oh, that costs 8, 7, 7, 7. Okay. So yeah, Ancient Copper Dragon, that is your jam if you're playing literally any deck that plays red in Commander. Like, why not? So overpowered. Alright, so I'll be right back. Stay tuned. Let's see how tired I am in another couple minutes. Okay, I'm back. Had my ice cream. I'm gonna try and get through this multicolored section because I want to. Oh, interesting. Draw a card, then exile a card from your hand and put a number of time counters on it equal to its mana value. It gains when the last time counter is removed from this card. If it's exiled, you may cast it without paying its mana cost. If you cast a creature spell this way, it gains haste until end of turn. Then remove a time counter from each other card you own in exile. So that's interesting. I don't know how many suspend cards there are with value propositions for that effect. And that are green-blue. Let's find out. Oh, why am I searching Aldo? Suspend. Green, blue. Exclude unselected colors. Search. Got 29. Oh, Crashing Footfalls. That might be worth it. Ancestral Vision is probably worth it. So, it's on a turn, you may play land cards, and cast spells from your graveyard. So you have 3 spells so far that make that worth it. 2 of them are very new. Both green. I really don't want to play Hypergenesis in Commander. I don't even play Show and Tell in Commander because it just screws you. Oh, okay. So 4 cards with Inevitable Betrayal. Why not just play Bribery, though? Oh, Inspiring Refrain. 5 playable cards. Well, Reality Strobe. 6 playable cards. I forgot about Riftwing Cloudscape. So technically 7. Dies, you may exile it and put 3 timer counters on it. If you do, exile up to 1 target creature and put 3 time counters on it. I guess you could manipulate enter the battlefield for your benefit. But there are easier ways to do that. And doing this to your opponent's creatures is kind of crap. Okay, so it's probably playable by itself if you want to play this. But feels a little weak at the same time. Like, power level as your commander is pretty low. Honestly, like, you wait till the next turn, maybe tap it and draw a card. Something, gain suspend, and like, do you really want to wait 4 turns for something that costs 4? I know it says each other card, so the goal is draw more than once and wait less turns, but really doesn't seem worth it. I don't know. It's worth trying. It's okay. It's not the over the top power level that's in the set overall, but it's okay. Really gotta look through this for artifact relevant abilities again. I mean, I've been putting them in, but I don't know if any of these are really like over the top or anything. I was actually really pissed about this card. Like, this is a green effect. This should not be a blue card. I mean, doubling damage on a commander is pretty baller. Or doubling your life gain is pretty baller. So I can't see a reason this isn't a good card. Okay. Baba Lasaga Night Witch. Sacrifice up to 3 permanents. If there were 3 or more card types among the sacrificed permanents, each opponent loses 3 life. You gain 3 life and draw 3 cards. I don't care about the life at all. I'm only caring about the draw 3 cards. And you could get the card types pretty easily now. I mean, between Artifact Creature and Enchantment Creature, it's pretty easy. So you're sacrificing 2. And I almost want to say the stuff in Kamigawa is even more card types. I'm gonna have to check, but what's that latest Kamigawa set? Crud. Where is it? Enchantment Creatures, okay. Modified, reconfigure, yeah, that's what I'm thinking about. Artifact creatures and enchantment creatures. So you can't get 3 for 1 unless you have some other type of effect. But you can get 2. I mean, it does say permanent, so it's like I don't want to say the best you can do is 2. I mean you kind of have to do the 2 because sacrificing 3 to get 3 is kind of lame. Unless they're tokens, but I mean, you'd have to sacrifice like a treasure token, a creature token, and some kind of enchantment token, which I don't think exists really. Don't know if the value proposition is quite there, honestly. It doesn't happen on Enter the Battlefield. Yeah, it costs 3, and 3 is stupid cheap. It is. It's been a while since I've looked at that Sacrifice Commander idea. Yeah, this is built into your commander. But I feel like there were just better effects where you just directly put something into play from the graveyard. Not entirely buying it because I can't entirely think of a way to. I mean, I can think of a way to make something an artifact, enchantment, creature. Like, there are spells that do that. I'm not going to draw them all the time. I can play a lot of really crappy artifacts that draw me a card and get an additional bonus out of this. But then I'd still have to play either a bunch of artifact creatures or enchantment creatures to make this function. Yeah, there's a lot of thought in there. And I'm playing black. And one of the primary motives is black is return from graveyard. So I don't know about this thing. Because you're doing it turn 4. Well, earliest you can activate the effect realistically, most of the time, turn 4. Because you have to play those other spells. Seems really difficult, and the power level of the cards in this set don't warrant me playing a difficult deck. Okay, so Bane, Lord of Darkness. Whenever another non-token creature you control dies, target opponent may have you draw a card, which they're probably going to have you draw a card. If they don't, you may put a creature card with equal or lesser toughness from your hand onto the battlefield. So they're probably going to tell you to keep drawing cards, which is fine. But again, Sacrifice Commander, this is an alternative, and it's already a better alternative than this thing. Okay, so we got some interesting effects coming in for God cards and Indestructible here. So, if your life total is 20 or less, Indestructible Commander. So that's a pretty heavy value proposition. Whenever another non-token creature you control dies, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature and goad it. What? Why is this a rare? Seems terrible, honestly. So you kill your own creature. You put a +1/+1 counter on another one of your creatures. Who cares about goad? I don't care. This seems like uncommon level garbage, honestly. Ball Lord of Murder, like super crappy. If it didn't have the gain indestructible ability, it wouldn't even be playable. Like, I don't know if it's playable at all, even with that ability, because you probably don't have less than 20 or less life. So let's imagine you don't. Why would you play this? Whenever another non-token creature you control dies, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature and goad it. Who cares? Like, you literally have Bane, Lord of Darkness to the left that is infinitely better and costs 1 less mana. Like, I can't even see playing Ball Lord of Murder. Like, that is a hardcore trash rare. Which is surprising because the power level in this whole set has been really high and pretty much everything has been good. And this is a legendary god card. Like, they screwed up on this card. Like, Ball Lord of Murder, Ball Lord of Trash. Like, it's a god card. It's not it's not supposed to be a junk rare. Whoa. Whenever Kadira, Caller of the Small, deals combat damage to a player, for each token you control, create a 1/1 white rabbit creature token. Okay. It might as well say double the number of tokens you control. Well, it's literally what it does, but except they're rabbits. Yeah, that's really good. And you could optionally play it as your commander. Oh, weird. Whenever you attack, spells you cast from exile this turn cost X less to cast, where X is the number of players being attacked. So, multiplayer. Exile top X cards of your library. Until end of turn, you may cast spells from among those exiled spells. So, this is what I'm talking about for things that are stupid powered up. So let's say you're in a typical 4-person game. Maybe this is your commander, maybe it's not. Even if it's not, you throw it down, you attack next turn, you exile the top 3 cards. They cost 3 less to cast. That's a lot. That's a lot. Pretty much only shines in multiplayer. Just because of the way it's wording, it shines for, let's see. From Exile. I know there's other From Exile spells. I'm just not quite thinking of what they are right now. They're not, I think they're few and far between though. Kind of wondering about Flashback. I know it's technically from, it's from your graveyard really. So yeah, get your multiplayer in, man. As long as you play multiplayer all the time. Boom, uncommon. Good. Whenever a player draws their second card during their turn, you draw a card. Okay. Whenever a player casts their second spell during each of their turn, you create a 2/2 white creature token. So, and it's a 0/8. I mean, you could play it if you want to in some kind of group hug effect, but like, I'm playing Hollowing Mine, guys. All these cards are Hollowing Mine. And it only triggers off second. So I don't know, I guess you just need one Hollowing Mine effect. You don't need a bajillion, but you draw an additional card off of every opponent. So draw 3 cards. Boom, boom, boom. 3 opponents. Outside of multiplayer, this is trash. I don't even feel like it's worth putting into the list, honestly. So, nope on this. Oh, these freaking Myriad cards. This is disgusting. Myriad on a commander. This whole Myriad effect is disgusting. Like, ban this crap, please. Absolutely disgusting. Way too strong. Okay, so, okay. You may activate abilities of other creatures you control as though they had haste. When you next activate an ability this turn by spending 4 or more mana to activate it, copy that ability. You may choose new targets for the copy. See, I feel like they're looking through every single card that's ever existed in Magic as part of their job. And they're like, oh, we should make this because somebody will find this card from 20 years ago and play it because they have to spend 4 mana on it. There is absolutely no way I am performing that search. That is ridiculous, and quite frankly, screw you. It's If you want to perform that search, you go ahead. I ain't making this deck. It's good enough for somebody. It is annoying as hell to me. Oh no, they're continuing. Planeswalkers can be commanders. They need to really stop this crap. I mean, I get it. You make more money and people like planeswalkers, but this is bullshit. Whenever you scry, the next instant or sorcery spell you cast this turn costs X less to cast, where X is the number of cards looked at while scrying this way. Draw a card, then scry 2. Oh god, screw you, wizards. So it's only one spell, but the cost reduction is gonna be there for everything with scry. So if you play other things with scry, you can activate the ability again. And it draws you a card, and then you scry, and then something it costs 2 less. Exile the top card of your library. Create a number of 1/1 blue fairy dragon creature tokens with flying equal to that card's converted. Oh, fuck you, wizards. Straight up, fuck you. This is not a PG show, by the way. So, fuck you, Wizards of the Coast, for making a planeswalker that has yet another can be your commander ability and has stupid good built-in together abilities. Like this ridiculous. So let's say you got a 7 drop. Oh, I just got 7 fairies and I drew a card last turn and my spell was cheaper. Fuck you. Ban this shit. I'm sick to death of them putting can be your commander on planeswalkers. I would be mildly okay if this was just a regular planeswalker. Okay? It's strong. I'm fine with it being strong. It costs 5. Okay? Things that cost 5 can be strong. But fuck you, Wizards of the Coast. Cut this shit out. I'm sick of it. I don't want to see it. It defeats the purpose of Commander. Well, no. Let me rephrase. So, you assholes at Wizards rename this Commander so you can do crap like this. Alright. When this was Elder Dragon Highlander. Alright. And that eventually evolved into Legendary Creatures, which was fine, and if anything, an improvement. This is lame bullshit. Stop it. Ugh. But it's still good. You want to play it? Play it. I will hate viciously at you in the multiplayer game the whole time. Like, you'll be the target. And unfortunately, they make them real powerful. There's plenty of other ones that are real powerful. They're very playable. So he's very playable. I can't think of any reason he wouldn't be playable. Like, he'd be playable in the deck or as the commander. No downside. Why wouldn't you want to get 7 fairies? Like, I mean, maybe the card's really good and you don't want to exile it, but if you're playing him as your commander, then the card probably costs like 15 and you're playing it for its mana cost. Yeah, and then you're playing like Jace the Mind Sculptor to put the card back on top of your library. And you're probably playing at least 5 spells that cost 15 to make this work, or whatever the absolute highest converted mana cost is for spells. Which I feel like is close to 15. It's a little color restrictive, so you shoot up as high as you can. Like 12 mana, 13 mana, whatever. So if I wasn't so angry at this their design, like, I would consider playing this because of how good it is. But I'm really sick of this. It needs to stop. Like, I can't believe there isn't more negative reaction around this. Alright, we got Glunch the Bestower. Being your end step, choose a player. They put 2+1/+1 counters on a creature they control. Okay, I choose me. Choose a second player to draw a card. Okay, well. Choose a third player to create 2 treasure tokens. Okay, so I get it. Pretty sure that's gonna say you have to pick a different person. But if you could pick yourself every time, then that's obscenely powered up. But just, we gotta wait for the rules to come out. Choose a player. Put 2+1/+1 counters on a creature they control. Choose a second player. It doesn't say it has to be a different player. It just doesn't. So I get 2 counters, draw a card, and 2 treasure tokens. If that actually works that way, and I can do everything to me, that would be an amazing commander. Because you play turn 3 every game. Period. If you have no other creatures, it becomes a 2/7. You draw a card and get 2 treasure tokens. Then you sit there wondering, why am I playing any other green-white commander? Really need to find some rules on that. Really need to find some rules. Yeah. Scryfall has rules? Let's find out on Scryfall. Not in Gather yet. So doesn't have rules. Very sure this is not in Gather. Super duper not in Gather. Internet search? Let's go internet search, because I am really interested, because that is ridiculous power level. Here's a Reddit thread. Let's check it out quick. I guess that answers my question. Yep, I was waiting to find that ruling. I'll probably still look it up on Gather afterwards. But, you know. Living the dream. But if in a one-on-one game, I guess you can only do 2. Kind of weird. Gorion Wise Mentor. Vigilance. When you cast an adventure spell, you may copy it. You may choose new targets for the copy. Okay. There's probably more than enough adventure spells for that. Most likely. I don't know how good it would be, but there's multiple sets now with adventure, including this one. Sacrifice an oh, it has haste. You have my attention. Sacrifice an artifact, create 2 treasure tokens. Okay. Sacrifice a non-creature artifact, create 2 1/1 colorless construct artifact creature tokens. Ooh, he has my attention. He's not blue, so he cuts out Master of Ethereum, but he lets me keep cranial plating, which, ooh, I was really hoping to keep cranial plating and Master of Ethereum. Okay, if he didn't have haste, he'd be terrible. Let's just point that out straight away. But it does have haste. And I was wondering and waiting to see what the next artifact commander could be. This is one of them. Like, for sure. Like, without question. It's literally made to be so. Yeah, that's stupid paste. I don't know why that happens. So we have red, white, black, possible artifact commander. I feel like the haste is what is yeah. Sacrifice an artifact creature. Create 2 treasure tokens. Sacrifice a non-creature artifact. Create 2 1/1 colorless construct artifact tokens. So if you don't have one, you probably have the other. So I really wouldn't want to sack a land to him. That'd be horrific. So it's still dependent on what's in play. But generically, sacrificing artifacts is terrible. Like, why would I do that? Why would I do that? Yes, I'm excited he can be a commander. Yes, I'm excited that he has haste, which is great. If anything, again, he would be unplayable without haste. So let me think. So I got my artifact lands. Got my artifact lands. I'm not sacrificing artifact lands. I got my artifact creatures. Sacrifice a non-creature artifact. Sacrifice an artifact creature. Create treasure tokens. Treasure tokens. Mana Excel. Next turn, you can sack the treasure token to create the creatures. So you start the process off. Let's say you sacrifice, I don't know, generic artifact creature, or you could do either way. So let's say it's Chromatic Star. You set Chromatic Star, which is probably your best possible value proposition because you draw a card. Then you get to your 2 constructs, and then next turn you can sacrifice 1 to get 2 tokens, so it's replacing the 1 you lose and giving you a slight bonus because you kill 1 to get 2, kill 1 to get 2. Play Solemn Simulacrum, kill Solemn Simulacrum, get 2 treasure tokens. So turn 4, play Solemn, get you land and play tapped, I'm pretty sure. So Simulacrum. Crap. There it is. Solemn Simulacrum. Enters the battlefield. You may search your library for a basic land card. Put that card on the battlefield tapped, then shuffle your library. When it dies, draw a card. Now, if I'm playing Arkham Dagson, Arkham Dagson is way more powerful than this guy. So, but that limits you to mono blue, which isn't that bad of a thing. You don't get to play cranial plating, but the whole deck is way different for Arkham. Arkham, I'm pretty sure it's Arkham or Axum. Dagson? No? Crap. Okay, hold on. Arkham Dagson. Target artifact creature's controller sacrifices it. That player may search their library for a non-creature artifact and put it on the battlefield. So this is pretty much what you're competing against for power level for artifact relevant commander. Honestly, I haven't found an artifact relevant commander I've been happy with yet. I mean, you could play Arkham Dagson and throw down Lotus, and you realistically can't do Lion's Eye Diamond. I mean, you could blow your hand out, all your spells, sacrifice some small artifact creature, get some big beefy artifact into play. I mean, you could guarantee this turn 3 most of the time, activate it turn 4 unless they kill it. Like, if they can't kill it, you're wrecking them. I definitely have played this before, though, and if they keep killing it, you're such a letdown. Like, if they keep killing it, it's such a letdown. So would I want this thing to be an engine for me? Because I really like some of the new white cards. I really like some of the new red cards. Lets me keep cranial plating around, which makes me feel good. It's a 3-drop. which means I can play one of the other Moxes that I wouldn't have played, because even though I still can't get like the early mana out of it, a 0 is still relevant on turn 3. I don't need to color fix like that bad. So is the value proposition just not there? Like, so it's turn 4 unless you can speed them out somehow. And then you get 2 treasure tokens, and it's kind of whoop-de-doo. Or you get 2 1/1s, and it's kind of whoop-de-doo. I suppose you could have an enter the battlefield relevant effect for artifacts, or like creatures. I mean, he kind of fits the bill for sacrifice commander to an extent, because you're sacking it, it's in the graveyard, but everything that goes in the graveyard is going to be really crappy. I mean, you could Goblin Welder back your value-driven spell? I'm having a hard time with this. Like, I can add a lot of value to this, but what's the point of adding value when I could just go for more power? Like, why wouldn't I want to play return enormous artifact from my graveyard to play? Why am I putting crappy little cards that draw into as a fixture around my deck? Can I gain a double advantage from him? Because I was trying to gain a double advantage with a different commander for the artifact deck. The top of your library is slightly different colors. You know what? Let's add this to the artifact deck quick. Oh. Save. So that's the thing, like, he doesn't really give you that much of a value proposition. Like, who cares? You're able to sacrifice, like, it has to be relevant. You're able to sacrifice artifacts on demand. Like, it has to be relevant. Because why would I ever play this when I could play Arkham Dagson, for example? Or other weird examples like Depala for vehicles. Or Elrond, and just name artifact. Or Elsha of the Infinite, and literally play artifacts from the top of my library. Like, Elsha literally draws me cards for 5. Where I think the only home runs that are new and artifact are Urza and probably Shimmer Dragon. So I'm just trying to think, what does he really gain me? I think it's functional, but am I playing crappy cards that I normally wouldn't play in order to enable sacrifice? And I feel like the answer is yes. So yeah, I feel like quite literally, why would I play this? Trying to convince myself here. Like, do I have a way to untap this? Like, there's some value proposition here. There's some kind of value proposition. It probably mostly has to do with starting off on non-creature artifact. There's something here. It's just, why am I playing shitty spells I would normally not play? Like, if I play Chromatic Star, I sack it, I draw a card, I get 2 tokens. Okay. Where does that lead me afterwards? Like, where does that lead me? I don't want to sack my baubles because they don't auto draw on death. I lose every Tezzeret available if I play him. Well, not well. Is it every Tezzeret? What colors is he again? Yes. Every Tezzeret. I don't see it. I mean, I've already done the value proposition on this probably a ton of times. And I really like the haste. It's just, what am I getting out of it? I mean, there's probably a tonnage of spells you wouldn't normally play, but since that's your commander, you can play them. And I don't think I want to make terrible spells better. Like, I just don't. There's no combination so far that makes me want to do this. I mean, I know that there are really low-end effects that like return artifacts in white that cost like 1 or maybe 2. Like, why would I sack Expedition Map? Did I bring it back somehow? Like, my commander's not bringing it back. Why would I play Golden Egg to draw a card and get some tokens? Because you would have to play garbage like Golden Egg. And Guild Globe. And slightly better things like Ichor Wellspring. But still terrible. Like, I guess your commander enables you to draw 3 cards for 2 mana. So if I keep that in mind and base my draw effects around hyper efficiency 2-drops, I guess I could justify it. But what else is my deck about? Why am I not just playing Arkham Dagson and playing for power? Like, I'm gonna have the artifact for Arkham Dagson. It's gonna die. And then I get something crazy good out. Where on the flip side, I don't know. I get to draw 3 cards. Trying really hard to come up with what the advantage is to this. Like, what do I gain to have sacrifice artifact always available? I mean, there are some really, really old, really, really terrible spells that are better from having that always available. They add mana, essentially. Oh, there's the other 2-drop. When Mycosynth Wellspring enters the battlefield or is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, you may search your library for a basic land card, reveal it, and put it into your hands. So it doesn't even go into play. If an artifact or creature entering the battlefield causes a triggered, it's not a triggered ability. But it could. No, it's not a triggered ability, so it could combo with something, right? Right? Oh, God. Retributive Wand. Ugh. That's what this deck would do. Literally that. And every other spell that did that. There's at least 6. At least 6. But why wouldn't I just play Semblance Anvil? I mean, it is your commander. I don't know. I have all these ideas swirling around at the moment. Skeleton Shard. Skull Clamp. Staff of Domination to untap it. Does that work? Is that value driven enough for me to give a crap? You get 2 treasure tokens. Nope. I mean, you untap it once, you get a slight bonus. So you get to sack something again. I'm kind of going with who cares. Terrarion. Oh god. Hey guys, Terrarion draws me a card. Look at my commander, isn't it awesome? But what else does the deck do? It can't be this shitty. Like, I mean, if I'm playing Arkham Dagson, I could literally just throw down and get the magic mirror. Sending on permanents and players, give each other counter, no. I don't see the value proposition. Just don't. Trust me, I'm looking pretty heavily for a value proposition for an artifact commander. And... oh no! If you would create a food clue or treasure token, instead create one of each. Oh no! Oh, I stumbled into a value proposition for him. You can always create treasure tokens. There's probably other stuff that always creates clue or food tokens. And they're all artifacts. So I would get a... if you would create a clue, food, or treasure token, instead create one... oh god, so you would get... so you would get 2 clues and 2 foods per activation. And it's an artifact that's searchable in your artifact deck with white or black or red. Feels really gross. I don't want to do it. Academy Manufacturer. Oh no, I could make modular relevant too. Oh no. don't want to make modular relevant. I sort of do, but it's sort of a joke. But you're staring down other power levels like Audacious Reshapers and just thinking, I mean, I guess it gives you the option. It gives you the option to Goblin Welder your crap token into something better. I mean, red does draw, discard, black does mill draw. Oh god. Is this your token engine? Token. It's a token. It's a token sacrifice engine. Token sacrifice engine. And it gives you 1 bonus. And you could double that bonus by playing a bunch of shitty cards. It's sadly getting better as I keep going down my list from my crazy artifact search. And it is red, white, black, red, white, black. I definitely was crapping on Brea before. Mostly because I had to pay 2. I don't have to pay 2 with this guy. Don't have to pay 2. Crappy cards get better. Oh, that's blue, so it's not even playable, but yeah, so gain 2 life, dies, draw a card. And you got Flickery Familiar as well that does the same thing. And this thing technically does the same thing on enter the battlefield. 2 life, draw a card. And since it's a creature, you would get treasure tokens. Oh no, I'm finding things like Clone Shell. Oh no. Flickery Familiar. 2 life, draw a card. So the value proposition on this probably isn't quite strong enough. I would draw the card, it would replace itself. I don't care about the 2 life. But I could play cheaper things that also draw me a card. But this gets me treasure tokens while the other one gets me creatures. This is tough. I know there are some really terrible things that I most likely looked over that are always terrible. But you could play Junk Driver. Turn another target artifact card from your graveyard to your hand. So Junk Driver doesn't draw you a card, but it combos, that doesn't combo, synergizes with everything. Master Transmuter. Wouldn't get to play Memnarch. Metalworker is surprisingly terrible. I never seem to have cards in my hand. Like, so Goblin Welder, Meteor Golem into play. You got Muzio that puts artifacts directly onto the battlefield as well. See, the thing in 3 colors, you get perfect mana in 3 colors. Like, it's really easy to get perfect mana in 3 colors. Scrap Trawler for value proposition. Oh no, well, it's off color, but Shardless Agent. Sorcerer's Broom. Oh no, Sorcerer's Broom. Treasure Keeper. Oh god. I don't know if it's worth it. Like, you're basing your deck around your draw engine of really shitty spells that you wouldn't normally play. So, turn 4, play Treasure Keeper. Sack it. You get something else that costs 3 or less. I don't know what that does for you. It could just be another shitty spell from your shitty spell list. You get 2 treasure tokens and a shitty spell. I'm gonna do one more search and then I'm gonna stop the video. I just want to know. Okay, so artifact creature, non-creature artifact. So let's do. So it has to be an artifact. Word of mana cost, visual spoiler, commander. Do I want to do dies or graveyard? Let's do dies. So So value proposition could be any level but of mana, but realistically should be a max of 4 unless you're getting something amazing like modular. I don't care. Because you can't put it on the commander. And you get tokens. Mirror retriever? What are you retrieving? Another 1/1. 2 damage. Cathodion. Harvest Hand. Like, what are you getting? No. Like, no. Workshop Assistant. Apparently there's 3 of those effects now. So you got Mirror Retriever, Junk Driver, Workshop Assistant. Like, I just don't see it. Oh no, draws Scorpion. Untap target artifact. So it's not combo, but value. Dingus Staff. What? Treasure Keeper. Let's see. You know, I guess I'll take the mystery box. Yes, I will take the mystery box from Treasure Keeper and see what pops up. I'm just trying to think what the value proposition is off of Jan Jansen here. And he pretty much just draws me cards. Again, I could play really janky stuff like Dingus Staff. Whenever a creature is put into a graveyard from play, Dingus Staff deals 2 damage to that creature. No, that doesn't work. I thought it was, never mind. I thought it was anybody, but let's see, what other super ultra jank is available to me? Suchi is available to me. Add 4 mana to my mana pool. Oh damn, Summoner's Egg finally becomes good. When Summoner's Egg comes into play, you may remove a card in your hand from the game face down. When Summoner's Egg is put into a graveyard from play, turn the imprinted face down card face up. If that card is a creature card, put it into play under your control. It has to be a creature? Okay, either way, something finally made Summoner's Egg good. Oh god, Suchi. I kill Suchi. I get 2 treasure tokens and have 6 mana. I guess? Like, it's so bad. creature dies, if another creature is on the battlefield, return the first card to the battlefield under its owner's control at the beginning of the next end step. Does Lifeline still have to be in play? Even if Lifeline leaves the battlefield. Okay, cool. But I wouldn't be able to kill Lifeline unless I had something else or a way to untap my creature. So you get Clone Shell. Oh, you get this card. Room Grinder. Huh. Scuttling Doom Engine. I mean, you don't purposely want to kill Wormcoil, but these three here. This thing. He is black, so I guess let's read this. Whenever a creature you control dies, put it on the bottom of its owner's library. Well, I literally don't want to do that. Pay 2 life, return target creature from your graveyard to the battlefield. So I have to kill Cauldron of Eternity sometimes? I guess I have the option to kill it sometimes. Oh god. Like, there is clearly a value proposition to this card, which makes me want to play a bunch of shittier old cards that I have stopped playing but are suddenly good again. Oh man, that what a world. Like, I can't believe something is here that makes Summoner's Egg good now. Like, I could finally play Summoner's Egg consistently and make it good. I could finally play Su-Chi consistently and make it good. That's crazy. And it's time to stop. Stop. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. I need to go to bed. So I appreciate you sticking around. And again, I think for Treasure Keeper, I will take the mystery box. It's been a fun night, and we're not even done with the set yet. Hopefully I'm not too tired tomorrow. I will keep up with the set and probably finish it because we're near the end. I just got off on a tangent because this thing is, it draws you cards, and in a really weird, awkward way, and gets you graveyard interaction in a really weird, awkward way. It's not quite powerful, but it's there, and it has haste, and I want to play it. Like, oh man, huh. Anyway, again, thanks for sticking around. Thanks for watching. You have a good night. Please like, share, and subscribe, and I'll see you later. Bye-bye.